Alright, folks, welcome back. Minasan, okaeri nasai. We are finally back. We're going to make this happen. It's the conclusion. We're wrapping up the last four constructs. It will be a tall order to squeeze the last four constructs in that little corner, but let's see if we can manage to do that. Do just that. And then we'll go over some topics. I don't know how much we're gonna go. I'm gonna go as long as possible today. I think I'm committed to this. It is the end where ceremoniously, as an executive decision, I suppose, that we are going to end streaming or covering Duolingo Chinese. So it's like the end of this series per se, tentatively barring any updates. If there are updates, then I will be revisiting. Well, more on that later. So let's get into our let's get into finishing up our constructs. Oh boy. I'm half tempted to kind of like maybe I'm like half tempted to resize some of this stuff so I can add it. I'm gonna run out of space, so let's just try anyway. Alright. Yeah, ain't no way. Maybe. Yeah, ain't no way. Okay. So, add some time to refresh my memory on these. So, what do we have? We have unit 8, right? Unit 8. So this was internet stuff. Yeah. Right. MAKU. MAKU. Way. How does way work? Right. Wei Xing. Wei Xing. Wei Xing and Weibo. Weibo. Like that? Yes. Oh. Try again. Why are you so tall? Oh man. It's just inherently tall. Where's my resolution at? That's fine. Weibo. Weibo. And we have it was like a coon this thing. We have schwa schwa shuai, yeah, shuai. Yeah, shuai. No, schwa. Tu, 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 tu hao. Yeah, tu hao. Tu hao has house in. Tu hao. Oh, fu shuai. Fu. Fu is. I think it's a rice patty. Shuai. Shuai is. Uh. Hmm. Old. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Okay. Let's try this again. So I can probably. Bye. Oh. 5号. Oh. Oh. Cool. Is it the opposite? No. I uh 宅男 no yeah 宅男 nope I 鸟美眉May which May is it? And Meng is Ming under flowers, right under flowers. 吃货吃货yeah 货 oh yeah yeah you're adding bands 分 no yeah 分丝 更多更多 fans so then fans do be doing Hmm. 自拍 okay 自拍 all the other yeah 朋友 朋友船，朋友船，朋友船，朋友船。Uh-oh. Probably. Oh no. I'm missing. One. So friend circle. One, two, two. Follow. 1, 2. Oh. Yeah. 分享，分享。分享 share and 转发 also share 发 nope this 发 and share like uh 点章 and comment 评论Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. So, no, I think we can squeeze this in. Oh, yeah, because I shrunk this, so there's more space too. Unit 4. No, not Unit 4. Unit 9. Unit 9 is business. Business document. Or business. Yeah, a business document. 广告 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 项目 Forgot Moo today. Project, advertisement, project, and 回复 on I 报告报报告报告 Oh, no. It's会告或汇报So report and report back. 费用费用 fees and costs 费用很低 low 低 Then we have budget and budget and budget and something. Oh, capital. Right. 资本 is capital. 资本 right? Yes, that's capital. Budget is no 算agreement 协协议 no yeah 协议 no is it 协议 yeah 协议and 合同 contract 合同 oh no one of these yeah 合同 contract and写完 finish writing 签名 sign 签名 what the heck what is that proportions 签名refund right 收住 oh not the right. 周记，周记，周记，周记 and cancel. Oh, oh, 消 right. Oh yeah, we have plenty of space. Here I thought I was worried for a moment. Plenty of space. Okay. I think. So unit 10. This is discussing business. Okay.公司公司会会公司会 yeah 年会面 and 会信 whoops 会信微信 company investment 投资合作 collaborate 合作合作 touch to keep in touch and contact 保 oh I had this today 保持 yeah 保持 yes 保持 contact. Son of a cocoon. Okay. Right. 练气. Oh no, that's not the right route. Like that. Yeah, 练气.练习练习练习练习练习练练习联系系联系. Not actually quite sure. Close enough, I think. Oh, insurance. Bao 保险 保险 things that can go risks 风险 反串 copyright. We were just talking about copyright today. Ban right? Ban Chuan. Yeah, Ban Chuan. Consultation. Wait. Oh no, I don't think I can fit this. Gotta write tinier. Okay. Good consultation. Investment. Consultation. Yeah. Like 自乎. No, I'm not sure. Who? Or yeah, 自发、自负、咨询、咨询，也咨询。律师，律师，lawyer, lawyer and 律师，发现。并发生事，对，发生事，发生事，发生事，诶，发生事。又严严重严重，oops，严重意外，意外，意外，Oh boy，外，就，Oh no，受受受伤，受伤，受。Why does that not look right? That's fine. A little off. So, 伤，受伤，救命，救，救护车，救护车，呼，嗯， to okay. Oh, 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 bao, bao jing. Oh no, heckin' jing. Bao jing, jing cha. Oh no, that's not it. It's 2 dots? I can't tell. Or 1 dot. We'll go with 2 dots. 2 drops. I don't know that looks. Hmm. 1 dot or 2 dot? Cool. Being cool. Being cool. Being cool. Good. Gun shit. Shit, shit. Happy. Quiet. Why? Why? You quiet. Okay. Last one, but not least. Unit 11 was actually the last one permanently for this stuff, right? Until there's an update. One can only hope for an update. This is talking with people. Oh wait, this is two. That's pretty random. So you're talking with people, like in work and stuff. We're doing work and stuff. Although they kind of splash in a little bit of Duolingo as well. Duo specifically. Or duo. Duar. Okay. 11. Offset. Characteristic green. There's weather. Temperature. One, 2. One, 2. Warm. What is warm? Whoa, something whoa. Uh, oh, 暖后. Dang it. 暖后. Special read. Oh, 做凉快快 dry 干干燥干燥干燥干燥干燥生意 business 生生生意 yeah no 责任是什么 the heck is 责任 it's not. No. Responsibilities? Yeah, responsibility. Then, um, yali, stress, yali, pressure. Yeah. Oh, I might actually even have extra space. Ooh wee. Okay. Boom. Boom. Wait. 工资, that's salary. Yeah. Yeah, ban. Overtime. Ban. Bonus? The heck was bonus? The no. 奖金 evening 见 oh no 大奖金 then 金 yeah 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 奖金 yeah wait no that's salary no yeah yeah wait meaning of yeah like to discuss. Oh, da is approximately. Liang. Yes, Liang. Uh, 意见 opinions 意见 yeah, misunderstanding.不会 apology verb, which is 抱歉歉的 sub. Oh no, 歉 is semantic. Okay, like this. Ugh. I don't know how that works. Yes. 抱歉 and then 原谅 to forgive 原谅 um uh okay. Opinions and instead also 重复. Oh, I did have 重复 and 重来重复 don't give up. 重复 放弃 no Feng. Feng Qi. Feng Bu. Feng. Feng Qi. Feng Shu. Feng. Oh no. No. Okay. I think it's Feng Qi. Feng Qi. Right? This Qi? Pretty sure this. Yeah. Feng Qi. Okay. Yes. I'm just gonna accept it. Alright. Hmm. Okay. Don't give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Encouragement. Got T. Right? T. T. T-sing? There's no way that's T. Yeah, T-sing? Yeah, T-sing? T-sing. T-sing. Encourage. T-sing. Is that encourage? No, remind. T-sing to remind. Encourage. Oh, what was this? Courage. Remind. Courage. Something Lee. Guli. 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 And who does that? Or does that. Kind of funny. People actually find it very annoying when Or does. Quit babying me. Or. Oh, okay. So see how well I write this character. Mao Tou Ying. Mao Tou Ying. Okay. So sandals, right? Got sandals? Not sandals. Leader. 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 I don't want this. Leader. Leader. Don't have a name for that yet. And then bird. Holy heck. Good enough. 猫头鹰 owl. We have feathers. 羽毛 no yeah 羽毛 oh 羽毛嘴巴嘴巴脚脚脚脚长长 oops 长黄色 green 绿色 all right, that's it. Oh, these weren't as big as I thought they were going to be. They're actually smaller than some of the other ones. Hooray! We managed to fit it all in one little thing. By little, I mean a lot. How long did that take me? About an hour. So let's go over some stuff, right? What did I say I was going to go over first? Compare and contrast with Duolingo Japanese. What is not there and what is there? Okay. Oh. And we do have to do a summary of the stuff, right? So we have to do some brass tacks here. Take a little bit of a breather. All right. So let's start with some, I guess, stats. Gotta cover some stats. Right, stats. We call this like, stats, rough stats, and features. Rough stats and features. So these are like pretty much your by the numbers part, which people are very, very far more into these days than I would like to admit. So stats. Let's see. Marking the tentative end, right? So we completed the Chinese course. And what was the course like? The breakdown is generally 200 days, roughly speaking. It's approximately 200 days. Right. Approximately 200 days. Give or take a few because there were some review days in between. So, you know, there's like plus or minus review days and other summary days. But ultimately, that's about, we're gonna say 3 hours average. 3-hour average per day. And largely consecutive, more or less approximately consecutive days with a few exceptions. Right, so we can do the math there. That's about 600 hours, so let's just say approximately 600 hours total. Where are my units? That also includes these hours, also include a plus or minus digression, right? Although I have to admit, I talked a lot less during the Chinese course. Largely, people are less interested or maybe have less things to share or more passionately sharing. I'll talk about that a little bit when we're comparing and contrasting. So plus or minus digressions. Digressions can take up actually up to an hour each. So, but they don't happen as frequently during Duolingo. Not largely due to the nature that there weren't consistent people around who would just meander, like Procall and I in the last couple days, or Gecko in the last couple 2 weeks. Just yapping like it's our business. I wouldn't mind forming a group. It would be interesting. I had thought about it. Do some collaborations. Let's see. 3 hours per day, 600. What other numbers that people like to ask about? I'm thinking about frequently asked questions now. So we started, right? We started at after 100 days. After 100 days of Duolingo Duo Japanese, right? Course. So that requires some that needs to add to it, which Japanese was much longer actually in the first 100 days. So the first 100 days of Japanese was like 5 to 6, like 5-hour average, to give it contrast. But then it became doubled up, so we had 8-hour days, which can fluctuate between roughly 3 hours for both, right? So afterwards, after that, before, so it was like 5 hours before, but then it became split 3 hours Japanese, then 3 hours Chinese. So that was the schedule. Japanese came first, ours came little. There were some disruptions every once in a while. I wanted to play video games and whatnot, so we did throw in some video games, but it didn't take away from these time things. And it's largely completely consecutive on the same days. So oftentimes it's on the same day. So that was our schedule. What else do we have to go over? Numbers. More number things. So Chinese course has section 1, 10 units as far as I remember. Section 2, what do we get? 46 units. And then section 3, oops, skipped right over writing 3. Section 3 have 11 units, right? They averaged, I would say they average about 4 4 units per lesson set. And there are... Oh, there, Gecko. Can't say yeah. Good luck with work. Yeah, we're finishing all of it. Today is the day. We're gonna finish all of it. That's the plan. Good luck with work. I'll talk to you later. I'll probably be a lot earlier the next couple days after this. First, so there's 4 units per lesson set, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, technically it's 4 units per lesson set. One of them, so there are 3 lessons. There are 3 sets plus 1 personalized practice set, right? So largely they stay consistent. And I didn't mean 4 units. 4 lessons per lesson set. So there are 3 sets and 1, and it stayed consistent in that way. So the volume was relatively consistent, sort of. I think ultimately each of the units are fairly consistent. It can get as low as maybe, if we're counting characters, right? 20 characters. It has gotten as low as 20 characters. Just like 20 characters. To as high as like 60 characters. And this includes old plus new total, right? Old plus new total. Some numbers with characters to summarize characters. I'm going to say it's roughly 900. Is a fairly important number, so we'll go with it's roughly 900 characters total, both listed and unlisted. And in those 900 characters, this one is arbitrary, is a guesstimation off of the average. I didn't actually do the farming or the data mining or the actual counting, but in these 900 characters, I would say, even keeping up with the Monte Carlo sections of VODs and still witness a couple interesting. I usually watch it. Yeah, lots of interesting conversation. Lots of interesting. Yeah. Have a great day. Yeah, see you next time. 900 characters total. So in terms of vocabulary, I think in these 900 characters, which is quite a lot, not too much to scoff at. I would say, let's round it to 3,000. 3,000 either direct or indirect vocabulary words. Basically, I'm thinking about roughly 3 to 4 times the number. 3 to 4 times the number of vocabulary words. And maybe some additional stuff of this are we're gonna say most of HSK 1 through 3 grammar examples, because I don't want to give people the impression that grammar examples. So the examples provide an application of these. So it's not explicit. They're not explicit instructions. There are no there are they have a few grammar points here and there, like in the guidebook, but they're not explicit instructions. They've applied at least most HSK 1 through 3. There's an example of it. Now, we'll get into more about if there's sufficient examples of each, which I obviously don't think so. Well, actually, because then I wouldn't be having this review. The course would be a lot longer. A lot longer. However, they do provide an example that cover the vast majority of HSK 1 through 3, which lines up with approximately 900 characters as kind of expected in HSK 1 through 3. So I guess that's their aim. The aim kind of fulfills what it is. I think HSK 1 through 3 also lines up for their expectation, like what CFR would be something like a little before B1, you know, like A1, A2, touch B1. That's kind of what a lot of their goals for their higher languages are, like the more popular languages. So that's not too bad. I actually found that I didn't necessarily, so one of the things I'll have to talk about and emphasize is I didn't actually refer to a grammar source too much, largely due to the intuitive nature that I had with an existing language. So we'll get into more about that. So those are some numbers that people tend to use to frame. So HSK 1 through 3, 900 characters, about 3,000 vocabulary words. Take it for what you want. It took me about 600 relaxing hours where I would digress to chat with language learners, randomly, you know, enjoy my time. That's the laxed amount of time. That's brass tacks. So right, that's brass tacks. Other brass tack stuff. Let's call it other brass tacks. We're talking about features. So this is specifically what is there, what is present, and then we'll go into what I can glean as not present. Right. So what is there? Well, we have translation, right? We have translation in both directions, right? Translation in both directions. Usually, it involves reading and listening, utilizing a limited word bank. So you can't necessarily stray off. I did not use keyboard input, which may increase which is related to the word bank, right? I did not use keyboard input, which can obscure. It can with keyboard input, it can obscure. It can substitute for substitute for Chinese. Yeah, let's just say Chinese to English. So it can substitute for the input for the Chinese. where you can obscure the word bank by entering the Chinese, right? So that can create a bigger wide input. Like you can mess up. You have more ability to mess up. And I did not do that. I did not use keyboard input. I actually anticipated that I'd be using keyboard input in a different format much later. That isn't entirely selective. So we will be talking about that a little bit later for future directions. So we'll get into that in a little bit. So reading and listening, definitely deals with reconstructing, right? Reconstructing. We're gonna call them simple sentences. I'm using the word simple not because of the intrinsic nature of basic and or repetitious. Simple sentence in the sense of they're simple sentence by classification. Like there's one part of speech, one that type of thing. So mechanical simple sentences. So you're reconstructing sentences. So that's pretty much all of it. Then there are matching. We have also for translation in both directions for simple sentences. There are also matching things, and I'm talking about the desktop version. There's a little bit more on the mobile front, but we'll characterize the desktop. So matching. So you take pairs when it comes to meaning and sound and writing. This is definitely most highlighted. So matching is very flashcard like, and or multiple choice flashcard, more or less flashcards, and this is most felt in the Hanzi section. So there is a section dedicated to having also writing exposure. So you are exposed to stroke order for all the characters. So stroke order is available, and once you do that, it's on you. Once you complete the threshold is very low. It's a again to emphasize, while this stuff, the reconstituting things, this stuff has some surface SRS, as in occasionally, like through personalized practice and revisiting recurring words, there's some surface level SRS. In Hanzi's section, when you're talking about writing and stuff, this is not SRS. It's a one-time completion. So when you one-time complete, the stroke order and stuff is up to you. It's for to retain the stroke order. Otherwise, the SRS also, there's SRS built in the Hanzi section. The SRS is actually done in the manner of creating relationships between characters. And this is probably my highlighted feature I really like, and I haven't really talked about this in Japanese too much in that Japanese review, so I kind of ran out of time. So this is the highlighted section where kanji or Hanzi, like Hanzi characters, right? The very specific characters are often questions or tasks. We're going to say tasks because they're not necessarily questions. Tasks are sorted by association based on 1, meaning. 2, usually it's writing / appearance. And then 3, sound or listening, right? Listening. There is a 4th one, but we're not really going to talk about it because it's really a Duolingo specific thing. So not too, it won't carry or transfer. So what this means is when you have a character, oftentimes in these exercises, the SRS comes through by being cumulative. So when you learn a character and it has a meaning that is associated with another character, the exercise will hit that character as well. And over time, the SRS kicks in because every time you reuse a kanji character or a new character overlaps with an old character, right? You will have those old characters and words will come up based on associated meaning, or they use the same literal character, or they use a part of the character. So this would lead into also radical development, right? Radical development. And this will naturally lead to homonym recognition. Now, with all that said, this is exposure. So one is responsible for noticing the patterns or any discernible patterns or grouping, right? Grouping, association. The user is responsible for all of this because they don't explicitly explain anything. So no explicit explanation for this stuff. No explicit instructions. So if you're not into that kind of, oh, hey, this one, oh, I see it. You know, I see that this character, some part of it is in this character. Now, do I want to remember it? That's up to you. They won't be adding mnemonics or anything to associate it. The mnemonics is the association between sound, listening, the homonyms, or homophones, homophones, however they're related in terms of its sound, and then the writing, which also leads to the development of pattern recognition for radicals, and then their meaning. Usually their meaning is the strongest, right? If you know short, you know long. If you have one color, you might know 2 or 3 other colors because they're associated by the category color, and so on and so forth. All the clothings, they deliberately have specific radicals that are in every clothing. Radicals for health related things, sickness, ailments, they all share a radical together. And occasionally there were enough characters to start guessing at sounds associated with the radicals, which that comes into play later since I'm using a thing called an app called Hansa Hero, which highlights it a lot more. So this is the way they teach it, or quote unquote expose it. I know the T word is a little tenuous because people, in my opinion, associate explicit instruction as a form of teaching, as opposed to learning by observation, which may or may not be construed as teaching nowadays. But that's pretty much the entire experience, right? This is what was there, and I'm gonna now talk about what wasn't there that I can see from the Japanese course, right? So get into that. It is only limited to the Japanese course. I will be starting the Spanish course soon, which would have been quote unquote. So the upper limit, right? This is in what is not there. So absence of features. And specifically, this is compared to a more developed Japanese course. I specifically said more because it's not the Spanish course, which is arguably, and English, it's arguably the most developed course. So until maybe a little down the line, I'll draw comparisons with the Japanese course and the Chinese course when I start the Spanish course this year. The Spanish course is the one that's going to replace the cycling out of the Chinese course. So the absence features, what does a Japanese course that have that the Chinese course may have in the future? Who knows? At some point, the Japanese course featured read and read/listen that involves a response. So like comprehension stuff, light comprehension stuff. So that they're usually a few sentences long, maybe a paragraph, roughly a paragraph. And then you answer, you have a multiple choice question, multiple choice response. There is also a lack of ask and response, which is different. Or guess what I'm gonna, how do we say this? Like small talk, where it's a one sentence like a dialogue, trying to mirror dialogue, right? So it's a one speaker. It's a how to define small talk? You read dialogue. You read a line of dialogue, and you're responsible for filling in. It's more like pick inappropriate, pick an appropriate like reply. So that was present. That format was also present. And then there are now I know that this is the desktop version. These things might actually, though these two do not exist in the mobile version as well. Now this one does exist in the mobile version. So this is mobile. The mobile version, actually I should place it over here because technically the course does exist. So while this is the desktop, I'm talking about, right, desktop, the web version. There's also a mobile specific feature that's not present, which is speak. So you talk into the mic. You listen and then repeat. Listen and recite. That is present in the Chinese course. It's actually it's quite fairly loose in certain places, and it's sensitive in other places. Like uh certain like hui, le, that kind of thing can drop out, which is pretty neat. It does have some granularity in the speech. So that's in here, so we're not gonna include that. Japanese also apparently has that on the mobile thing. I haven't actually done any exercises that had the mobile thing, so we'll see. What else? Stories. So I just encountered stories for the first time on the Japanese side of things. Stories. So it lacks stories. Basically, even longer context, right? Even longer context. You can kind of see that it's going in, the features are going in the order of higher and higher building in the context. But these are static and they're repetitious. And they're kind of small on the Japanese side of things. So you kind of see a foreshadowing of what may come to the Chinese course in future updates, provided that their interest goes up. Duolingo has made it fairly clear, at least in my opinion, looking at their design things, more interest generates more updates or prioritize certain things. However, we also have to keep in mind that these courses might stay static largely due to the nature that they probably like where it is and they want to expand into other places of learning. To me, I think it is not quite clear to a lot of people, and I could definitely agree why it's not as clear. But Duolingo is a learning app now, right? They're expanding into learning as the priority focus, as opposed to doing that designation where they abandon languages for the sake of saying like they don't care or something. There is a chance that this is as far as they wanted to sample Chinese and not go any further, and they continue to expand into other things, like getting the rudimentary foundations of a lot of things. So people are more inclined to do the foundational work of a lot of things when using Duolingo, which kind of coincides with their introduction of math and music, right? So will these come to Chinese? Well, maybe yes and no, right? What other things that the feature is lacking? Now, these are an absence of feature now. Let's talk about, like, I think I covered some. Oh, for super users, I guess, or like subscribers. Let me double check if this is true. I might not have, let me see if this is true first, because I haven't really looked. Yeah, so this was a problem with the Japanese one as well. It's a super feature, but it's a super feature only for the one thing, but it's like super with an asterisk. There's no word list, right? The word list. Now, in the Japanese one, you can actually still view it without necessarily doing the exercise. I mean, the exercise isn't that. It's attached to the most recent, so the word list. However, in Japanese, it covers very little, like it covers less than 50% of the words you actually know. So it's like a vocab list, right? However, this is entirely absent in the Chinese as well. So rather than having some, there isn't any. Like there's no word list. So you are inherently responsible. However, understanding the entire Hansa section, right? If you do almost all the sections, which I didn't actually manage to complete all the like repetitions and stuff in the Hanzi section. That actually covers a lot of the word list. So if you're learning based on like characters, you can click on the characters and they will have all the words listed. So I have a distinct feeling that honestly having the developing and expanding the Hanzi section on how to navigate the Hanzi section and kanji section kind of possibly like overlap with the usefulness of a word list. Like most of the time, even in the Japanese course, I don't look at the vocabulary list, the word list. I go to the kanji section and click on the box. Like, how many vocabulary words do I know with this character? And I click on it and I just look at the vocabulary list there. It comes with the... It's pretty remarkable. I think converting it into something else, that's definitely the place to start. Now, let me talk about a little bit on expanding on volume, right? Volume is a big one. So we gotta address the volume. Different aspects of volume. So, volume, density, volume and density. The reason I'm bringing up volume and density, the aspect of volume and density leads to their the perception of repetition, right? Repetition. And this can be a problematic. This is often, in my opinion, the comments that I hear most of the time, I would say greater than 50%. This is the deal breaker, the volume and density, right? Actually, one more. Volume, density, and coverage. So, some of the first, this is in a particular order. Number one, definitely coverage. So I've already stated what the coverage is, right? Or what I believe the coverage is from the use. That's the HSK 1 through 3 usually, and then within that. So reasonably, there are examples of that. So that's coverage, as in, is there at least one example of something, right? That's coverage. Now in terms of, and oftentimes this is a deal breaker because people expect their tools to be designed for comprehensive sources. Comprehensive. So when you invest in a tool, I would say it is ideal to the incredibly demanding nature of the internet nowadays to be comprehensive. So it's pretty, I think even on the Duolingo interface, it can be a little bit tricky to find out what the coverage is of the course. So in no way have they made it incredibly obvious, so it's not obvious. So this is, in my opinion, a potential deficiency. Not obvious what the coverage is, right? And that ends up becoming a sour position, largely because there's a lack of transparency to normalize expectations. my expectation is I wanted to learn some Mandarin. Like, I wanted to learn how to read Mandarin. I was completely illiterate. I legitimately, the closest thing I got was 1 through 10, you know, how to read 1 through 10. That's probably very reasonable, and some cardinal directions possibly because of Mahjong, right? So I have no expectations coming in what the coverage of Duolingo was. So regardless of what I did, it will be a satisfaction, guaranteed, right? If I learned one character and I left, that's great. It's positive. However, since it's not obvious, finding someone who has done the course and saying what the coverage is may, alleviate some discontent or dissonance. I ascribe this to dissonance because people expect something that it wasn't designed to do. Like, for example, Duolingo sucks because it doesn't cover HSK 1 through 6, right? Or Duolingo doesn't make you fluent in the way you want to be fluent. You want to be able to speak, you want to be able to chat effortlessly, and you want to have enough knowledge so you can talk to college students or something like that. Usually I say college students, or at least post high school, because largely the people you'll be interacting with, especially legally interacting with, will be adults in the sense of the internet. So when you're language exchanging, they will be post high school people a lot of times. It would be very dubious and probably highly suspicious when you're interacting with minors as a foreigner who is trying to language exchange with someone. Usually they're on the higher end in high school. So this type of conversation would often create a cognitive dissonance of expectations, right? And in this case, I didn't know what the coverage is until the end of the course. So now I know what the coverage is because I completed the course without an expectation of what that is. Meanwhile, I think a substantial number of people believe the categorization and the qualification of fluency is mirrored in what they already have with their native language, which I think that creates a lot of dissonance, and that enough dissonance creates dissatisfaction, right? If your cognitive dissonance is a high school, post-high school, right? Post-high school is fluent. There is such a vast misunderstanding of what that expectation is. That's barely modest enough to encompass. That's barely generalizable enough to ground the expectations. It is certainly, I would argue, for English. For English, high school level English is C2 for all intents and purposes. The perception of C2, as in like an English speaker, native speaker, is at the high school level. So there's a huge gap between reality, what the course actually covers, and what you expect in a short amount of time, right? And that wasn't communicated very clearly. I think a lack of transparency does lead to some normalization of expectations. It's not to say my encounters with these extreme dissonance is the majority voice. I think it's a minority voice. Substantially a lot, I would say more than a greater 50% majority of Duolingo users who consistently use Duolingo are not individuals who fall into this category of great dissonance. For myself, I wasn't, because I didn't come in with expectations, right? I'm a 0. I was illiterate. So the sky's the limit. You go from illiterate to technically not illiterate, and that is the expectation. So instead of focusing constantly on what you're going to get, I get, I got get what was offered, and that covered nearly all of HSK3. There's a bunch of gaps here and there in terms of character things, and I'll find out what the gaps are when I get through Hansa Hero. Hansa Hero is a character-based thing that focuses on coverage based on the characters, so I will get a better idea. And so far, which I have to add here actually, so when it comes to coverage, we also have to mention that this is simplified Chinese. They're simplified Chinese characters, right? So in fact, there's also, which a lot of people, it's a deal breaker when it comes to coverage, is that no coverage of traditional Chinese, right? So there's no coverage of traditional Chinese. That is by choice. That is definitely by choice. At least as far as I saw. Like I didn't really look really hard. Maybe there is an option, but as far as I know, it's simplified Chinese, so no coverage of traditional Chinese, which is immediately a deal breaker also, largely due to pre-selection bias, right? If you're pre-selected, you like traditional Chinese, skip. I don't think I've met someone who wanted to learn traditional Chinese and got angry that Duolingo only used simplified Chinese. There were a couple people who made comments on, I started with Duolingo, they taught me simplified Chinese, but I thought it was a waste of time, so then I moved to traditional Chinese. That is cognitive dissonance as well. If you knew, which it becomes very apparent, the very first like 2 characters that you learn are simplified. So stuff like that happens quite a lot when expectations don't meet, but yet you decide to give it a chance, but only the nocebo effect takes hold, right? So I have encountered some of those things. Anyway, so no coverage. With that said though, I am learning Hansa Hero, so I'm using Hansa Hero at the moment. I'm using Hansa Hero in the traditional course, and I have yet to see a character that has not shown up. And I think it will continue to do that for the most part, on occasion, new characters here and there, right? So the coverage is good, at least in my opinion. It's sufficient. Coverage is a low bar for a lot of people, and I totally agree. It's a low bar. As long as it comes up, it's an example of coverage, right? How well it covers the thing, well then we have to go into the next point, which is volume, right? Volume. And volume is indiscriminate of uniqueness. At least I'm using it in the form of, this includes repetition. And this is the second place of deal breaking that occurs. And how Duolingo structure it is in series. So oftentimes it's in series. What happens is the first lesson set exposes you to it, to your new set of characters, right? Your new set of characters and vocabulary. Sets of characters and vocabulary. And that's it. That's really it. In the second set and the third set, with the personalized practice in between, they are all technically a review. So practice, right? And this is where I have somewhat of a bone to pick with a lot of people when they're reviewing this. So second, personalized practice. Third practice, they take whatever's in the first set and they iterate on it. And in the Chinese course, it's less noticeable. It's sort of a little mixed up in the Japanese course from the first set. The second and third set is a little bit more unique, but not unique to a little bit unique. So like first set is unique from the second set, which is unique from the third set in Japanese. That's largely how they ballooned all of the course length. In this case, there's not that. There's a deficiency, right? Quote unquote deficiency. Deficient uniqueness. Uniqueness in sentence permutation. So I'm not gonna criticize. I'm what ifs or what abouts typically is where this filters in. Where, oh, you could have easily could have, or what about, or these people. It's easy to switch out words so that the sentence would be a little different, right? And yet it illustrates the similar points and whatnot and reinforces certain things. Yes, I guess you can what if right now. But however, let's take a different thing. Let's take what is there and try to think about what causes this dissonance, or why did they choose to design it this way. First of all, yes, it's true. If you recycle the same content, you're making less content. I totally concede with that. That's pragmatic. Alternatively, how can you use this to your benefit, right? Well, for me, which I'll go over in a bit. What time is it? 2:40. I might go over it very, very quickly to mirror the Japanese course. So I do the first set in 1 day, and then I do the second set in another day, and I do the personalized practice in third set on another day. Now, to me, that's what largely all the programming language, all the the opinion, like the advertisements and the options and stuff lend towards. You're doing each set a day, if not less than that, a day. So when you think of it that way, each lesson set can have over 20 elements. In the Chinese, oh, I forgot to write that as a number thing. Over 20 new elements. In some way, there are at least 20 plus new things in that lesson set if you complete it in a single day, right? And like proper etiquette for SRS, one would then rest and then come back and see if you remember the 20 plus new elements, and then come back and see if you remember. Now, one of the biggest deal breakers is Duolingo is often accused of moving too slowly and or is very repetitious. Well, oftentimes the thing they're comparing to, at least from my personal experience, is things like Anki and Wanikani, and in this case Hansa Hero. Now, where is the SRS? Well, first of all, when you're given the choice to voluntarily rest because of number of elements, oftentimes early adopters are impatient. They tend to lack discipline, nor do they care about that discipline or spacing out their repetition, right? So if you're given the choice, then you can blitz through this. So in a day, when someone does 3 sets of the same thing, you basically seen the same thing 3 times in a row, right? And in these sets, by the way, have repetition. So you're doing each exercise twice. You translate the sentence forward, and then you translate the sentence backwards, right? So you're doubling on the exposure. So inherently, you're doing this at least 6 times in a day. And certainly, the deal breaker is Duolingo is incredibly repetitious, right? However, the nice thing is now I have a point of reference. I have a point of reference for SRS in the nature of Hanzahiro, and by contrast also, or to compare and contrast, Wanikani. And even if I wanted to do so, it's more actually Hanzahiro is probably their design in the way their lesson is probably more my speed. So I can definitely appreciate why people would want new content every day, right? You're moving forward while also practicing something that is currently in existence. Hanzahiro actually took that and did that. So that might actually solve the pacing problem on this way. It's a pacing compromise for those people who can't wait and do not SRS. Now, the one trade-off is at some point your reviews may become unmanageable with incoming new stuff. So we'll see if that happens. Usually a more dynamic XRS system, when you start getting those things wrong, then they stay in the pile and so on and so forth. However, oftentimes these comments are usually in reference to like things like Anki that imposes, Anki and Wanikani oftentimes imposes a max, right? So a max of repetition. When you're somehow, in my opinion, there's a cognitive dissonance between a sentence being more likely to be repetitious with less repetition than a flashcard being repeated, because you have more elements that are being repeated in one unit. It's actually to the benefit of why sentences are a little bit of a step up from words. So when you like relate a word, what's an example? Like, let's just take this. Oops. I don't know. Let's use this instead. So yeah, dong, right? And it'll be like dong. So if you match these up one day, and then maybe you do some extra practice with a couple more. Like you have the 20 words, right? You match these up, and then you finish your repetition and your review, and you wait for the next day, right? Then you do those review again, and at some point you level up. Right? You choose, actually in Anki, you probably choose your pace. So you go again, and at some point you level up, right? But there is space mandatorily between them, between the repetition, right? And what's interesting about this is in the short term, if you're learning a sentence, you are more likely to remember all the things in that sentence or the thing that you're focused on, because that sentence itself provides more context than the character and the pinyin, right? So naturally it would actually feel more repetitious because it's actually more memorable than this. Now, what is the difference between these two? Outside of having more context, not much, because I already said 20 new elements, right? If you get 20 new words, actually I get, even on level up in Wanikani, you get like 30 radicals possibly, or something like that, and then you get like 30 more kanji in the following days, you know, another peak, but you are set there to repeat and review over time the same 20 or to 30 elements, right? And that alleviates a bit of repetition because it's effective enough to not have to repeat it. Now in Duolingo, there's not that dynamic, there's not like a dynamic adjustment, nor does it tell you you can't do any more lessons. And if you do more lessons, it doesn't contribute to your progress, right? the progress is creating that extra dopamine, the reward. So what Wanikani does is they do the leveling system so that when you do extra study, it's on your own. So you're not really incentivized to do it because you want to level up. You want to make your time worth a progress or some visible progress. Anki has counters, counters to do this stuff. Duolingo does not. It does not have a counter. You could see the path. The path is something you can witness, right? Oh, what unit you're on and whatnot. That can count as a counter, not in the granularity that counting words and whatnot has, right? So my thought was, yes, in the short term, Duolingo is excessively repetitious, largely because you're learning sentences. You're not learning single words out of context, like even less context. And Wanikani tries to alleviate this using mnemonics, right? Mnemonics and building blocks. Anki probably have sentences incorporated into it and sound and all that. The idea is, in the short term, one of Duolingo's assets are also its most frequent deal breakers, largely because they do not input any mandatory rest. It's entirely flexible. So you can even, which I've already have examples of, some people, when they learn Japanese, what they do is they do the first set and they test out of that unit into the next set. So every single time they only had one set of repetition for that unit. And so that means every time they go to use Duolingo is a new set. Now the question is, do that person is likely to remember the set 7 days later, 14 days, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later? Usually an SRS would come back and challenge you on those in order to reinforce it. Well, Duolingo definitely got down the early repetitious manner. If you're saying you only see the sentence once and it's repetitious, that means you remember it, right? So if you do a second set and a third set, it's going to feel repetitious because you already remember it. Even if the sentence is weird, a weird mnemonic is far more memorable than a very mundane average sentence. So I actually think if there's anything, the sentences that trigger you the most would be the most repetitious. So it reinforces that negativity of being repetitious, but it's incredibly effective. It does fall apart then when the SRS doesn't come back. So the way it comes back is through topics, right? So Duolingo comes back to a topic and some of those things come back. It's very topic oriented. And then doing the Hanzi section, those things that come back also comes back being reinforced in the way they sound, the character and stuff, right? So that's a loose SRS. Now, why is that a deal breaker? Well, you've heard the nightmare stories where someone would spend 2 years on Duolingo and they can't do they can't remember things, right? They can't remember anything. So it doesn't work. And I would totally get if it doesn't work if the vast majority of experience is front loaded into one day or front loaded into a very specific time and no longer visiting. By design, Duolingo does reinforce, I'm going to say a little, maybe less than 50% as it's going back. However, it is also slightly the responsibility of the person to know if they actually know the thing, right? This is discipline. And it is lacking here. It's on the lacking. So Duolingo lacks a long-term reinforcement, right? Long-term reinforcement. So If your expectation is that you trust Duolingo, you go through the course and you did not reinforce the things that you blitz through and you think they're repetitious and you stop paying attention immediately after you see it because it's really, really effective. It's actually the opposite of what I think people think. If you think hearing a sentence once and suddenly you already know the answer, period, and all of its nature without even needing to repeat it again like sometime down the road, that it's incredibly effective. It is incredibly memorable in the short term, right? So every additional practice will give you diminished return. So you can choose to skip it. But do you ever come back to it? No, you don't, right? The person does not come back to it. And Duolingo doesn't repeat those things except the occasions of personalized practice and not sufficient coverage in repetition. So the volume is foreseeably high or higher than required, largely because the sentences are far more memorable. They don't change things up a lot. They change it very enough to accommodate the one thing, and then you're trying to use that to remember it in the long term without any iteration. So that's one of the deficiencies. So when you think about someone saying, oh yeah, you've used 2 years of Duo and you can't remember most of the basic stuff, right? Most of the basic stuff. Well, the basic stuff is the furthest thing away from the current stuff you're working on, right? And they are most likely the ones that are least reinforced over time. So yes, I wouldn't be surprised if someone could say, like in Chinese, I was on WeChat completing a business document on an investment with no risk, and suddenly you're having trouble saying 我喜欢吃苹果, right? Like I like eating apple. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly would not be surprised. And that onerous was on me. So for me, what does that look like? Well, it looks like this, right? The onerous is on me to go back. Now, there are incentives to go back, but they are voluntary. Like going back to, if you have a subscription, go back to legend stuff, go back and do the old exercises and whatnot, right? Those are all voluntary. However, it doesn't stop someone to thinking that when they think it's repetitious, they already know the thing for long term. That is the biggest deal breaker for volume. Volume is front loaded. So when it's front loaded, it's too much. Like for a person who gets it like very quickly, it's too much in the short term. It's not spread out. It's not, the repetition nature is not spread out. And that kind of leads into density as well. So the last deal breaker is density. And that kind of ties into the distribution of volume, right? Density is the distribution of volume sometimes. So when I think of distribution of volume, I already talked about the reviews, the distribution of reviews. They leave a lot of room to be desired, right? Like Wanikani has the SRS system where once you get something consecutively, it gets moved out, and then it'll come back eventually. And then at some point they're like, you probably got this. We won't put them in the rotation anymore, right? This is static in Duolingo. So if you're not going along and that pace isn't working for you, it's a deal breaker. Now, there's also density in terms of how many new stuff gets introduced at a rate, right? And it's actually way greater. It's way greater than Wanikani. And that Wanikani is a very well liked SRS. It's way more than that because you don't have any soft locks. So why do I feel like I could say that very conservatively? Because you speedrun, use the whole euphemism of speedrunning Duolingo exist. There's nothing stopping you from doing the first unit, skip, unit, skip, unit, skip, unit, skip. There's nothing stopping you from skipping all the way to the end and telling yourself, I know everything. Right? So density is entirely higher than anything that you have control over. It's free reign. You encounter all the content if you want, all in a single day if you are able to, I don't know. But density is not enforced in terms of both distribution of old stuff and new stuff. You can hit all of them at any pace you want. So if someone, quote unquote, sped run something, the likelihood of them knowing something a month down the road, I mean, I guess if you're a genius, I suppose. I don't know what genius mean these days. If you have an eidetic memory and you've developed some like post Duolingo routine or something, sure, I'll give it to you. I would bet 100 to 1 odds against myself because I'm not that intelligent. I guess I'm not, like, my memory is not that great. So if I sped run like 10 units in one day, and then I just chill and say, aha, you know, I know this stuff now. I don't need to review this stuff. And then I come back a month, I probably remember 1/10 of whatever that unit was, of those units. In fact, I tried to push it. I review these things. I'm about to go over my schedule, which is the same thing as what I do for Japanese, my routine. I have a 1 week schedule that was meant for a 50-day cycle while reinforcing multiple things. And this was a 100-day cycle, and I had such a hard time remembering all these things. So I actually took more than a week to go over the things that I thought I knew, right? And I knew them, but I didn't remember them. Like, I knew I had these words before, but could I write them? Could I sound them out? Could I do that? Not particularly well. Even with my schedule. So I'm not going to do a 100-day schedule anymore. Although this is the end of the Chinese course. It was about 90% success when I did it at 50 days. So the first gap was 2 50-day splits because I had 200 days. So I had a 50-day split. And then in Japanese, I did 25-day split because it was kind of tough, but it looked like it was like 99%. It feels like I was doing extra repetition on top, right? So then I did a 50-day, and then I tried to push my luck and did 100. I was dropping below 80%. And this is with diligence, which I'll go over the biggest. So these are the pitfalls, right? The pitfalls, and I'm trying to compensate for them. And I will go over what I did to compensate for them, and I still come out with an unsatisfied, like, it's a sufficient 80 to 90% retention is pretty sufficient. I could do better. And how could I do better? Review more frequently. So I could have done a 25-day review, then do a 50-day review of that same material, and then a 75-day of that same material while adding on the new material. But I'm not going to do that. It was really tough. Like, these things take a very long time. So having a system that does that for you, that's kind of nice. You know, how they, like, it's very efficient for SRS because there are mix and match. They're not whole chunks, right? Like for me, if I have a retention, I review the whole chunk of those days, all 25 days, all 50 days. I cannot necessarily have the granularity of, oh, I can toss this one out, I can toss this part out, because just so happens these are more memorable than the others. So SRS kind of makes it more free efficiency when the parts are smaller. You have more granular things, so you're not wasting your time, I guess. What it doesn't help people do is exercise their discipline on how to schedule something when you have all the choices in the world. So you might be thinking, well, that's nice. Then Anki and Wanikani and Hanzahiro doesn't have that problem, right? Yeah, they do. They still have that problem. Because after a while, the first thread post would be like, hey, guys, why is the beginning so slow? And then later, those same guys would be like, dude, why are there so many reviews? Like, I can't even keep up. It just stacked so persistently on top of each other, right? To me, that is a misunderstanding of how coverage works, volume, and density works in terms of resource material, right? How often you are exposed to new content, how often you are reviewing for long-term integration, and then and there's another element to this which I haven't talked about because I haven't done anything stream related that's related to this, how you practice those things. How do you reinforce those things naturally? As in, are you learning Chinese to use Chinese? Are you learning Japanese to use Japanese in your daily life? Because that adds to the requirement of SRS or subtracts the requirement for reinforcement. So your mileage may vary. However, I think a lot of times the major deal breakers for Duolingo's criticism actually are addressed in other apps, in my opinion. Anki maybe less so because I only seen demonstrations and got vicarious information from other Anki users. But in terms of my experience with Wanikani and Hanzahiro right now, they kind of take slightly different approaches in managing the coverage and density while largely maintaining similar volumes per day. As in, although I can customize a little bit of the volume of Hanzahiro and I can voluntarily choose to do less than the max Wanikani has, these things are a little bit more rigid than Duolingo. Duolingo has no rigidity, as in, if left to people's devices, what is the major criticism? The major criticism is people have no discipline, in my opinion. They do not have discipline on separating the material. Now, admittedly, it is fair to say that path design leads to less flexibility, right? Before I started Duolingo, the old design was more flexible. Like the paths were separated in like disciplines, so you kind of like pick areas that you want to do, so that creates more flexibility. Did that create more consistency in people's like progress? Well, unpopular opinion, generally speaking, the more flexible something is, the oftentimes, at least in today's age, the more astray they can be. Now, the flexibility is great for someone who's very informed and understand what they want to learn. However, we got to understand that if you don't have structure, then all the choices you make are not necessarily criticisms of the product, but a criticism of your own discipline. So if you're blasting through Duolingo exercises because you're like, oh, you completed that first unit, and now you don't ever have to review it because you completed it, it means you know it. That is cognitive dissonance. You might know it, but you will unlikely to remember it later down the road. Is that a property of? Is that a detriment or a reflection on Duolingo's design? It is. You know, part of it is part of Duolingo design. And the last thing you want as a company is to blame the user for using it inappropriately when you offered no strings attached, right? The more flexibility an app is, the more wild and varied experiences you'll get. So when you have a fine oiled machine like Wanikani, you have less because you know what you're getting. You either follow it or not. And even in the sense of Wanikani and or Hanzahiro, the developers are pressured and to push for more and more flexibility, largely because flexibility is the usefulness for experienced users. So it would be pretty interesting to hear about an app that first puts everyone on rails and then opens up in feature set. That sounds kind of like a video game, right? When you're playing, you have training wheels, you have restrictions on your actions, but by the time you reach endgame, it becomes free flowing and you can do whatever you want, and Bob's your uncle, right? So perhaps all of that also requires resources. So I will hold my final prediction until I use the Spanish course, because the Japanese course did actually do that. Only the amount of feature sets were split really, really far apart, largely because the course is really, really long. But in the Spanish course, there are even more feature sets, so they would be then staggered along the way, right? So whenever you add a new prompt or a new feature set, it gets cycled into the rotation of stuff. So you're building up a game, right? You're building up a game. And in this case, it's a live service app, which games are built that way, or apps are built that way. Feature sets increase over time. In this case, Wanikani's feature set will not change, ever. Substantially. So advanced users will likely want to add feature sets to them, and that's what you kind of compromise on Wanikani. I can't tell you for every time someone says I use scripts, and then ask me if I will use scripts, I'm like, I'll use it when I need the flexibility, right? For now, it seems like I understand what Wanikani is trying to do, and it is in line with pretty much the path that Duolingo has. Actually, Duolingo has a shorter distance path. It's only 3 repetitions. Wanikani for me right now averages 5 to 7 repetitions on separate days. So while I spend less time repeating within a day, which Duolingo spends more time repeating within a day, voluntarily I'm choosing to do that. One lesson set repeats something more than Wanikani per day. And then with that, I spend less days repeating spaced out, and Wanikani has more days spaced out to repeat the stuff. So ultimately, the volume doesn't change. The density does. And saying that Duolingo doesn't cover something that another covers, or it's too repetitious than the other, not necessarily, right? The feelings and the comments are wild with Duolingo, largely because it's not guided. Most of the time, it's the lack of guidance is one of the common criticisms. Why don't they explain this grammar point to me? Well, there are lots of wonderful apps that you find that you keep saying is better than Duolingo, but they don't do that either, right? So a product that's designed to do that, perhaps you can criticize that. So these are the things that they lack. And I'm not even entirely sure if it's lacking because of incompetence, which typically is an ad hominem argument against the devs, or lacking because of intended design. If someone only has time for 15 minutes to do Duolingo, it takes me on average 5 to 10 minutes to do one lesson. with truly earnest attempt to remember the content in it. Now, a lesson set will take me 30 minutes. And to truly remember all that, it takes me another hour to write down one of these at the end of the session. So if you wanted a anecdotal facsimile, write one of these from memory at the end of every lesson set, and then tell me the same lesson set a month later. Like write this exactly a month later. If you don't, then yeah, we're doing different workloads and different density, right? So my standards are maybe a little different. I'm not going to say higher or lower or better or worse. My standards are a little bit higher. I said higher. A little bit different, or quite different, on how I tell myself I remembered something, right? And it's actually kind of refreshing. I said this multiple times when I'm using Hazehiro and Wanikani, like something that has a natural SRS built in. You don't have to worry about that. And that's kind of nice. Like, I can see why that was such a relief when people start using Anki or something. You don't have to worry about that. You don't, all this stuff that I said goes out the window. It's like you don't have time to understand what the coverage is. You just need to guarantee that the coverage is there. And then you don't have time to schedule what amount of volume is likely going to work for you. You want something to do that for you, right? And you want to design a density that's unique, that adapts to your mood and your inconsistency and your lack of discipline. And it does that for you. So these are, in fact, I would agree with most people. Lots of these apps are, in fact, better than Duolingo for those users who keep telling me they are, because they're better suited to compensate for their lack of discipline and competence in a different type of learning requirement. Right? And that's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. You're probably going to get through way more kanji than me in less time. Meanwhile, I'm going to be still sitting here spending 2 or 3 hours talking about the difference of approaching different coverages, volumes, and densities of different learning methods, right? That's how I choose to understand my time. So largely practicing skills that are not overlapping with other people, right? Anyways, that's what I wanted to say. All the things that most people complain about are very real. They are very understandable to me now at a different angle. Like Japanese is becoming very apparent where those deal breakers are, and I think most of the criticisms are true. Like all the people that dislike Duolingo for all the reasons, they're true largely due to the nature of understanding where that's coming from. Do I believe that those people understand why they hate Duolingo and like this product and like that product? I don't think so. I think I would bet against the person, against them, like maybe 60-40%, 70-30%, that they are unable to pinpoint why they dislike something and why they like something. That would be well thought out, logically understandable by another person or me, something like that. Like when someone tells me Wanikani is better than Duolingo because it doesn't force you to repeat things. It's like, well, that's not true. It's like, well, Wanikani teach me more elements in a short amount of time than Duolingo. That's not true. Not only is that not true, Wanikani has a soft gate. So and I have yet actually to meet someone who is upset about Duolingo, like strongly, super strongly upset that were able to convince me otherwise, that they understand or have used something long enough to understand why they dislike it so that they can take it to the future. I think oftentimes it's go on YouTube, find the highest recommendation, start there, and then go find someone who had the same problem and then follow their lead, which is a very efficient, efficacy, pragmatic way, time-saving way of going about things. It is not necessarily the most dynamic way of going about the things. It doesn't guarantee you the most satisfaction, nor does it guarantee you learning lessons beyond using the tool and trusting someone. And that, in my opinion, highlights the vast majority of quote unquote constructive criticism that I've come to understand in whatever community I seem to step toes on every once in a while, right? So it's great that it still works out. People still learn a lot of Japanese and a lot of Chinese in their own way. That's fantastic. You don't need my approval, right? The people don't need my approval to understand how they're problem solving. Their problem solving is taking other people's knowledge and then not understanding how that knowledge works for them. So, in my opinion, you're more likely to succeed through the blind trying of things just as much as following someone's advice when you don't understand if that advice is relevant to you. Thankfully, though, there are quite a lot of wonderful people out there who are trying to optimize all of these things. So then you don't have to make that decision for yourself. Like, you don't have to analyze coverage, volume, density, feature sets, and whatnot. The easy solution is have someone who includes all of this in your tools and do all the thinking for you, right? I'm down for that. I want to see what that's like. Will it stop me from thinking about what it's doing for me? Probably not. I rarely ever stop thinking about using a tool and expecting, oh, this is what the tool is doing for me. I rarely not think about that. I try not to avoid thinking about it. Like, what is Duolingo not doing? What is it doing? And how can I do more with it? So I originally started, not on the Chinese course, but I originally started on the Japanese course by completing an entire unit in one day because I had 8 hours as opposed to 3 hours. And laddering Duolingo Chinese with Japanese allowed me to distribute the volume even more evenly. Now even if I wanted to, I only had enough time to do one set a day. And that offloaded and adjusted for the repetitious nature. In fact, I don't even think when I got to this, when I left the day, I was so uncomfortable with what I remembered in that day. That's why I did this. It led me to do a construct at the end of day 1 at the lesson set because I could not remember all the stuff. I could remember some of the stuff. So I spent even more time on top of Duolingo's thing. And I'm doing that for Wanikani as well. Like Wanikani, Hanzahiro, whenever I make a mistake. Today I had a terrifyingly sobering and humbling day on Wanikani. I could not talk and remember the stuff at the same time. So now I'm spending extra time. Starting from now on, I'm starting with extra time to compensate for it, right? And that's kind of the lesson here, I suppose. Anyways, it is 3:30, so let's go over one more nuts and bolts, and then I kind of touched upon some of the stuff that I wanted to talk about when it comes to like FAQs and stuff. I actually touched upon a lot of FAQs as we're going. So conceptions and misconceptions. We'll go over more things And then future. I need to cover as minimum future stuff and my schedule. So let me quickly go over how the schedule works. So I already covered, right? Volume, coverage, and density. Now, the deficiency that I highlighted most was coverage is right off the bat. If it doesn't cover what you want, you're out, right? So I already said that this is a moot point to me. So we already ruled out coverage. It didn't matter how much it covered, how much content it had. It's still more than 0. Like, I knew 0 characters when I started this. And I know what things sound like. So I wasn't expecting it to blow my mind when it comes to what Mandarin sounds like, right? And in the grammar, I knew a lot of grammar already, largely because of Fujianese. And I mentioned that at day 1 when I started the Duolingo Chinese. I start things and I review what I know so that I don't get bamboozled by my own emotional ignorance when I'm expecting something to happen or something transformative to happen. I keep myself accountable by thinking about when I make decisions, right? So anyways, so then it was left to volume and density. And to address volume and density is a consequence of 100 days of Japanese. So the Japanese Duolingo course, right? The Japanese Duolingo course. This is why I mentioned the 100 days. I already notice this volume and density potential pitfall of this for me as well, because I sure as heck was having trouble remembering those things. Like, I was blitzing and it was not great. So I slowed my roll, I deliberate, and I added more SRS on top of it. So this at the end of 100 days, and then the combine, I started doing other things. So the first thing is we ran on a 3-day schedule, right? 3-day schedule. For the Chinese, it looks like this. Right? This is the first lesson set. And at the end of a lesson set, a construct is made, which I have spent over 3 days demonstrating what the construct is. And if you are curious what that looks like, at the end of every day's first lesson, I do it live at the end. And it's usually after my Hanzi writing section. So I do it live. It's part of my learning. It's part of my ritual. The construct was added a little bit later, and it became more and more elaborate. So a lot of my efforts went into shorthanding and making this process longer and more detailed, right? So we're talking about the finalized approach. So the first day, lesson set, it leads to a construct in the end, right? Then when we go into the second day, right? So we go into the second day. So this is day 1. Day 2, we start by recall. So basically, I try to recall what I made from memory. And that's the beginning of every single video. Every single video after this was created. So at some point, I think it's after 100 days, I started doing this, and it became more and more elaborate over time, right? So at the beginning of every session, I'm recalling what I think I know so far. And then in the second set, which is a review, right? Duolingo is designed to review. So there's nothing new. This is new. This is old. This is review. I use this opportunity to hunt for anything that is missing. And then I add it to my construct at the end. So now I have a modified construct. And then day 3, you have personalized practice. This is personalized practice. A third set review. And then a trophy, which is 1 lesson. A trophy lesson. It's a review as well, but it's a trophy lesson. Right? That thing I kind of forgot to mention. This is half of this. So these two, if there are 6 lessons in here, right? There are 6 lessons each. This third one is half that. Plus the one here. And the personalized practice is always 3. So you see that the volume is split even. It's about 7 volume. Like it's about equivalent volume distributed across 3 days, right? So beginning of day 3, I do recall of the new construct, right? Going in. And that's what we do. Then we go into the next unit, right? So in 3 days, then there's the new unit. Now we have the new unit. And on day 1, I do a recall. What do I recall is the last unit's construct again, right? The last unit's construct. So this recall refers to this construct because I carry it on a 6-day cycle. So I recall this construct 3 additional days as to carry it into the week. So actually, by sheer coincidence, the average number of times that Wanikani, and I think Hanzahiro is even less, but Wanikani at the upper limit, the average amount of times that I had to recall the same thing is nearly identical to Wanikani in first exposure. And then when you get that, it gets shoved like 2 to 3 weeks down the line, right? And that's when I chose 25 days as my first review on it. So it's not a coincidence. Oh, well, it is a coincidence in retrospect. Like, I didn't know what Wanikani, I did not know how Anki and SRS and that stuff works. But ideally, I ended up coming up with a schedule that almost lines up entirely with Wanikani. My day 1s of a new unit is my peak lesson day. It's what Wanikani is. On my last day is when I have another peak because it's on 3 days in, I have another peak because that's when new content comes in again along on top of my old content. So Wanikani schedule. So the Wanikani schedule looks like this. Yesterday was this. When I level up, it's this. It's nearly overlapping with the way I've artificially split Duolingo. Is that a coincidence? It still is, obviously. Hanzahiro is slightly different. It's actually even more accelerated. But Hanzahiro goes with the just straight flat across. And the bumps are only review cycles. So I actually quite like that too. It's a little different. Well, I'll save all that stuff for like Hanzahiro and Wanikani reviews. We'll probably draw a comparison with them in the other direction. So anyways, I continue to do the recall, right? This is from the previous unit. So on day 1, oh, and I forgot, on day 3, I add anything I want in the construct that's relevant. So basically on day 3, I'm more or less personalized practice. My personalized practice will have things from a previous unit. And it's my final review of this. So if anything comes to mind, I add it back to the construct. So now I have something a little bit of, I can encourage myself to explore. If the unit's about food, right? And they ended up only introducing 3 foods. Well, I know more food, so if I have time, I'll add 3 more food items to it. So when you're looking at this, right? Sorry. wrong thing. When you're looking at this, if you look at the constructs, there are repeated words in some of these. They overlap. Like whenever sport is mentioned, I actually remind myself of all 7 sports that I know. Whenever school comes up, I write homework, blackboard, pen, paper, as I'm willing, right? The idea is on the 3rd day, I know what's there pretty solidly, and then I add something for repetition. Whichever one, like, you'll probably catch me saying something like, maybe I should review this one. So I'll just write this down because, wait, which one did I forget? So I encourage myself to add anything that I would like to reinforce again, right? Because the construct that I made will remind me, hey, what was the word for assignment again? Because they already talked about writing a paper, having a test, and like asking questions and answering questions. And I'm like, shouldn't I be writing assignment here? Or what's a classroom? Like, you know, so, and then I reinforce those. So, right, 教室, right, 教室. That kind of thing is where I get more SRS. And then we keep going. So day 1, right? Day 1 first. This is the new chapter, and I repeat the construct. So I make a new construct. And I repeat the cycle. Now this time, when I get to day 2, I'm recalling both. And that is the daily cycle. So from this on, when you get started again, which I will do in my Japanese course, because I have not finished my Japanese course, I will be doing this, and that is the steady state. So after I complete this unit, so we keep going, right? We keep going. And once I complete the unit, I cycle out. After I complete the next unit, again, to make a new construct, I drop the previous one from 2 units ago. And you continue this. It's a little bit more detailed than this, but it's good enough to summarize what I've been doing. And once you get all of this, right, I have to decide when am I going to bring back all the material all at once. Usually Wanikani and other SRS, they bring it back staggered. So basically, like, let's just say after 25 days, the first unit that I learned will be brought back, right? It'll be brought back. Usually it's less than that from my experience from 2 different SRSs. It's usually a little bit earlier than that, like 2 weeks. So half that time. But I experimented with 25 days. And on the Japanese side of things. And yeah, 99%. I barely had to prep for it. I just write the things on the screen. In fact, I didn't even do that before. The early days, I didn't even do constructs. I actually did something easier or like low effort. I basically just wrote all the characters that I knew. I wrote all the characters that I knew. No organization, no anything. It was rote memory on top of whatever Duolingo offers as association. In the early days. Eventually, and it ended up, when I started the construct, it was after 50-day periods. Because the first 50-day period was in Japanese only. And I found that my retention was around 90%, which is kind of okay. Like, this is okay, but not the greatest. Not the greatest. I don't want to drop too far below. So when I started Chinese, we still continued to do these 50-day cycles for another 2 days, for another 2 periods. And during that time is when I started using constructs, like association, like a higher ordered structure. So mnemonics, it's basically a mnemonic. The construct itself is connected in a way that it's mnemonically helpful. Like if I know assignments, I should know classroom. Classroom is linked to teaching. Teaching involves teachers. Teachers teach subjects, and subjects, I have many subjects, right? Right. So then I started doing that, and after 50 days, the retention was really good. It was like 95% with very low effort. Like what I mean is I didn't have to review as hard, right? It was okay. So I was thinking, well, whatever I have working now is pretty sweet. So let's move it to 100 days. And by coincidence, after two 50-day sessions, reviews, so one around 50 days and one around 100 days for Chinese, this is for Duolingo Chinese, it concluded. The unit, the course ended after 200. So this is my only sample for 100 days, and it was less than 80%. It was like, I'm gonna say it was approximately 80%, and that's with immersion, practicing, outside, like just constantly practicing. I also need to make this comment that I do practice outside. However, I want to be clear, practicing is application only. So if I don't know it, I don't know it. That's how I go about practicing. I spend a lot more time learning when I'm best learning. So I've decided that when I stream, I pick my peak activity, peak energy to stream while I'm learning. So any other effort outside of this is to practice things that I already know, which is low effort, and immerse and use the things I know that comes naturally to me. So that's kind of like watching anime and reading books, or watching multicultural couples switch languages and stuff. That's it. It's very low effort. It reinforces all the things I know, and I make a note sometimes of what I don't know, and then continue that cycle. So that can go in and feed into this retention. So that is worth noting. However, it's less than 80%. So from my experience from this, I'm basically going to dial it back for the Duolingo Japanese course, since I don't have anything to test exposure anymore on the Duolingo Chinese course. So this will be a natural way to go into the frequently asked questions, right? What time is it? 3:40? Yeah, I was pretty sure today I'm gonna go way deep. So this goes into some frequently asked questions and misconceptions, right? Let's see. Questions that I haven't really answered, like FAQs, right? We'll do some rapid fire before I talk about what I'm going to do in the future. I do want to stop before the 5 a.m. or something. Tomorrow is going to be a little tough, but that's okay. FAQs. So what are some questions? Laddering. So laddering languages. I kind of talked about this in the Japanese. What is it like to learn two languages at the same time, right? These are all clumped in here. Do you get them confused? Does it help or not? Does it help or not? A lot of this can be clumped together, so I'm going to do a little hot take here. Slightly hot take. And I talked about this quite a bit at length in Japanese too, and throughout whenever I'm learning. Slightly hot. This is slightly hot. Laddering requires discipline. And what do I mean by discipline? What I spent the last 2 hours talking about. Scheduling, integrating both. Being observant, right? Being classically trained observant about what is working and what isn't, right? Working versus not working. The reason why I say these things is this is a lot of extra effort. You could call this extra effort for some people. And even negative, a waste of time, a waste of extra time. Right? A waste of extra time. So, to quickly answer is, does it help? Yes, it does help me because I'm doing something else. I'm laddering with my discipline, right? I don't actually have to train myself or retrain myself to learn how to schedule, integrate, be observant, working, self-evaluating. It requires prior discipline and practice. So if you don't have these skills, it's going to feel like extra effort, waste of time, and you can be more efficient in the way that you're used to, which is to learn one language, get used to that, then dedicate yourself to another language, right? At the cost of possibly getting rusty with the previous language, but you'll get into the whole scheduling of maintaining it, or through habit or exposure, right? So, it helps because I have practice and discipline. 2 languages at a time is nice because I know how to ladder already. And do I get confused? The answer is no, because again, practice and discipline. But this is a little bit of a hot take. I can give you an example of this. So, rather than think in English, when I'm learning Chinese, I use Japanese. When I'm learning Japanese, I'm thinking in Chinese, not English. It rarely is intensified. Now, hear me out. I also used English when I was learning Japanese at the time, and think of Japanese when I'm learning English. Now, English serves as a farther bridge. It serves as a farther bridge for laddering. And a lot of times people would say, well, your native language, like that's not a ladder. You're not learning anything about English. Well, most people don't want to learn anything about their native language anymore, right? Most people are not, in my opinion, do not require the discipline nor the practice or the interest to developing their native language in the context of another target language. It's not part of your goal. It's extra time wasted. You don't want to develop your native language anymore. For me, I am incentivized to use all 3 of my language to better teach and educate about learning, not language learning, learning. So how do you maintain a schedule? How do you do laddering? How do you integrate things and overlap things so that you can use that property, or evaluate when I'm underperforming or overperforming because I'm self-studying? I haven't actually ever done this in my life, so it's a new experience for me. I have often been guided by mentors and whatnot until the point of my PhD, which then you are supposed to be self-sufficient. Even then, you will still have superiors and mentors in that way, but it becomes less and less. So this is the first time I've ever executed something that was highly dependent on myself, and yet I still obviously welcome all the influences from other people who are very kind-hearted enough to tackle the the monumental task of convincing me that they also engage in this type of disciplined self-study without spending many, many years of being in formal education, right? And I believe it. I actually naturally believe that there are some people out there who intuit all of this, and it's fantastic. It's almost refreshing to see how they came about all of these things, as opposed to being a consequence of being challenged by your peers nonstop, right? In formal education, when you're trying to publish something, you are intensively, constantly challenged by your peers. So, this discipline is a walk in a park for me. Like, if I had to be really, really, it's a weird flex because I don't think it's for everyone. Where when you're doing something, you're constantly having to worry about how your colleagues will challenge you, like prevent you from like publishing anything, because the strength of their aggression, the strength of their counter arguments only bolsters your publication when you're able to satisfy their requirements. And in this case, this rigidity and discipline usually comes from that type of background, which may or may not be absent, generally absent in the terms of the idea of self-studying, right? Self-studying is not regulated. Yeah, right? Not regulated. In fact, the thing that is most wonderful about not regulated the thing that's most attractive for self-study for most people is that it's not regulated. Like flexibility, right? Flexibility. Well, the trade-off is when things are flexible, you don't have to practice discipline. So when you don't have discipline or practice, your results may vary. So whenever I think about recommendations for things that are free, things that are non-obligation, or things that are low in obligation, or things that are reliant on voluntary payments and obligation, which leads to bias, placebo effect, and nocebo effect, voluntary self-selection, what comes out of it is incredibly spurious. And in that way, I treat every person with as much effort and attention as I can, because they are not reflective. It is not representative of standardized practice. So it can be close to standardized practice with lots of consistency and accuracy. You can kind of safely say something like Duolingo is not as good as Anki. You can probably say that, sort of, right? But since there are no standardized practices on how to use Anki or Duolingo, outside of the developers wanting to make something as flexible as possible, then your advice is predicated on how well you explain and understand your learning process. The value of your advice is incredibly dependent on my understanding of your methodology. And with being as respectful as I can, because of the way this format works, the streamer and the person who's voluntarily helping me, it would be unreasonable for me to expect that other person to suddenly like, bam, here's my PDF on my schedule. Bam, here's my 200-hour lecture on how I developed my learning schedule to be successful at Flint. I'm not expecting that. At most, I'm expecting a hot take that is like two sentences long. Like, I like this product better. So, in all seriousness and full respect, is not only inappropriate to do that. The closest thing I have is I talk to these people over time, and I try my best to keep on talking to these people, and I can gather a lot of information from their preferences and their behavior, and that allows me to dictate or determine if whatever they tell me to do or try, I will do it because it's reciprocated. I invest in them, they invest in me, and I learn a lot more through that communication. Then I can trust then I can take their professional advice. I can trust that they're kind-hearted. Like you know, people don't stay around if you're not intending to invest in people, right? So no, your trust is by default. But in terms of academic advice and stuff, I don't need geniuses for friends. Friends are unconditional. It's sentimental. I would love to have healthy friends who aren't constantly on a measuring stick and overestimating their competence. Honestly, there is a double side to this. I have friends that, and I tend to more likely to execute imposter syndrome than it is to think that we are excel at any particular thing. So that might also be something worth mentioning. Largely though, it's not representative of standardized practice. Frankly speaking, if you're not staying long enough to tell me your practices and your preferences, even if you're fluent in Japanese, that is uninformative to me from a like a pragmatic standpoint and from a developmental standpoint, right? It's very different if you're talking for like a professional who's been doing it for like 30 years and they have long since standardized their practices, right? Practices. So that's very different. They have laid out in many different ways, their practices. So if you're using those practices, then I can go to those things and reference them. That's great. However, that's not as interesting as hearing how those standardized practices got interpreted by the other person. So I'm streaming this stuff largely because I want to hear those. I want to know how other people are interpreting these things. Like, I'm curious what this even means to other people. I say it like I understand it because it's my idea. Like, these are my opinions and choices. The question is, does this, like, how does this translate to someone else? Does it make sense that I'm saying laddering languages require discipline because if you're not creative enough, and that's not a bad or a good thing, if you're not creative enough to find ways to ladder the language, the practice, pragmatically speaking, and then integrate other things, then it'll fall apart. It'll create confusion. It'll create interference. So it's not for everyone, right? It's not for everyone. It may create interference, and you might not know if it helps or not. And that requires practice. You can start by trying it and then see if you can learn to develop it. But generally speaking, it's like going to a university and you have 5 different classes. How can you be interested in 5 different classes where 2 of them are not related to 3 of them, and those 3 might be related in a very tenuous state in order for you to learn something while learning something else in order to boost your overall understanding? How does biology connect to chemistry, which is connected to physics, in order to make those 3 in high school, for example, engaging, reinforce each other? That's laddering scientific disciplines. I know it's not exactly the same analogy, but how does having a general education in literature relate to filmmaking, which is related to music theory and learning Spanish? Because that was actually a real anecdotal thing from my personal experience. I found classic literature to be related to looking at classic literature, and creative writing to be related and juxtaposed to professional writing in scientific articles. So it helps me inform a lot of things. I took logical systems as an elective, right? And then psychology as an elective How does that relate to a career in scientific investigation, right? In molecular biology. All those things are laddered. Um, so how does Chinese and Japanese fit into all this? Well, there are some obvious things that can be appreciated without any prior experience, right? Hanzi and Kanji are related. Kanji typically use traditional characters, but nevertheless they are related enough in which they also have simplified characters and preserved characters that allow me to use Hanzi and Kanji, rather they're simplified. In this case, it's simplified, and even Hanzi Hero now is traditional to overlap with Japanese. So there are natural overlapping points in Chinese and Japanese already. Now, those then also compound in the idea that I decided to use Duolingo for Chinese and Japanese. So the Duolingo structure, whatever time I've invested in the Japanese language structure, while the course may slightly vary in quality, I typically do not get limited by that quality. I'm doing things to compensate for that quality. And then whatever that comes out, that experience goes straight into jump-starting Duolingo Chinese, right? And then whatever I discover is a loose end on Duolingo Chinese, it can be due to the lack of content and quality, but it can be compensated. So then I move forward, right? And if any of that comes about, I can move it back to Duolingo Japanese. I didn't jump the ship and suddenly say, I'm going to learn a new language with a different tool that tackles a different method in which I will have to investigate and relearn all of that things, all of the different methods on top of learning a new language in which that new language is also entirely unrelated to another language. So these are the considerations. Why Chinese, right? And on top of that, I deliberately actually picked Japanese first because Chinese, I have a half start. I had a head start already because my parents speak Mandarin, or they speak and read Mandarin to a limited extent, and I have exposure to Mandarin already. So I have a framework in which I can also leverage the other way around. So when I'm looking at Japanese, I will really quickly pick up how to think and interpret Japanese things in Chinese. Even if it's very limited, it's still more than zero. It's a consideration, right? And now the cream, the great example is I started Wanikani, right? And I'm like, okay, this is a new way. I've never used SRS before, and I barely used flashcards back in my college and high school days. I actually use a different way of note taking. It's a little bit more involved. But flashcard is bare minimum, right? Flashcard. I needed to understand all the SRS hype and whatnot, so I wanted to do something that integrates something else, which is mnemonics. Mnemonics is wonderful because it encourages me to understand developers. It's an integration of my interest in people, in developers. So I wanted to use someone else's product verbatim with the trust system, not download whatever Anki deck suits my taste, because I'm not looking to suit my taste. I'm looking to see what other people are doing, right? So Wanikani, Duolingo, these are examples of that, and I want to expand on it. So Wanikani, and I'm thinking, well, I need something to companion with Chinese. Enter Hanzahiro, right? These two juxtaposed to each other. They compare and contrast to each other using the two different languages. So when I find loose ends at this end and ideas at this end, I can ladder them too. So the way I'm learning Wanikani can be influenced by the way I'm learning with Hanzahiro, while at the same time, they are interacting with each other because it's Japanese and Chinese, right? How does this bleed into my usual activity? I commonly watch anime in both I watch Chinese anime with Chinese subtitles now, and I also watch it with English subtitles, and I also watch the English dub of the animes that I really like. So they go in tandem, right? I can watch something in English, then use that point of reference to overlap in Chinese to acquire more things. I can watch it with different types of subtitles. And now I play video games. What was the first inspiration 2.5 years ago that I set in motion? I played a specific video game that is dubbed and subbed in all 3 languages. So I can play the game through English, use that as a reference when I play it through in Chinese, just for the audio part, because, you know, it takes time to also read stuff. So use that as a point of reference for Chinese, which I know more in terms of speaking, and then use both Chinese and English to understand the Japanese. And at some point, all those games can also be played with the UI set to those languages. And other games that I play a lot of times, indie games, are not voiced, but they are often translated and localized to Japanese, Chinese, and English. So in every possible way, whatever I'm already doing, I chose these languages for a reason, for like a large, more layered reason, right? And this is going to be my segue into what I'm going to do in the future, right? So this is where I was leading, because the last final point that I want to make is, what am I going to do now that the Duolingo Chinese course has ended? And it's a little bit of a surprise, I think, to a lot of people, maybe. Because now I have to figure out how to navigate this stuff. Okay, the last thing I want to do before it hits like 5 a.m. is a future, which I think I'm gonna do both. It's gonna include like the prospects of Duolingo Japanese, right? And then whatever Chinese is involved, and then one more stuff. One more. So where am I going with this, right? Duolingo Japanese, I forgot to cover what I was going to do. Basically, I'm going to continue using Duolingo. So Duolingo Japanese, in terms of Duolingo itself, Duolingo is going to continue with Japanese, right? I'm actually still more than a year away from the end of the course. So we're going to continue doing that at that end, you know, construct development, whatever suits me to make it more palatable or consistent, right? And maybe change up the way I interact with the streams, like do more hybrid language speaking, maybe do some gags things in Japanese that will increase that. So that's in the Japanese side of things. In terms of Chinese, it's an executive decision from me. I thought about going back to legend everything and then stream the daily upkeep, like practice, like, hey, here's my daily practice. There's daily refreshes on Duolingo Chinese to like farm the same prompts that the SRS didn't catch in time, right? Like you can go through and eventually maybe end up extracting in that way. So instead of streaming those, because I want to keep all the videos to largely me learning as opposed to practicing something, I think it takes a lot off of me. Like it's not physically possible for me to constantly speak also through all the practicing and my need to eat and work out and stuff. So the executive decision is to end. This is the last, I'm gonna write last in quotes, last Duolingo Chinese stream, right? This is, for all intents and purposes, the tentative end. Now, the exception is if there's an update. if there's an update, which it feeds into my recent digression about keeping your information and your reviews and things you say up to date. I stand by that. So if there is an update, I will immediately make time to update my perspective on it. I do this for pretty much every game that I played. And if not, I make a comment that I'm getting to it, right? So I do these are called most of the time called legacy to update. So oftentimes if I have legacy to go through, I do the legacy stuff, and then I maintain large updates, like significant updates. I wait till the updates compound, like Wagotabi. The game Wagotabi had 2 updates so far since the last time I played. So I will go back, provided that the developer continues to support it. And Duolingo is no exception. Right? That's my personal preference for myself. It's part of my integrity. I like the fidelity of my information to be up to date. None of that stuff that I've seen over and over again when it comes to Duolingo. It's constantly inundated by outdated information about Duolingo. So I do not particularly resonate with that type, but I kind of understand, pragmatically speaking, you don't have time for that. Let's just say, in my opinion, if you are someone that says you're an authority on language learning apps, one would dictate at minimum to have up-to-date information on learning apps, language learning apps, right? That's my personal minimum preference, but there's nothing that says you can't or you need to. These type of things, not professional. There's no vetting, there's no standardization. It's the choice of the content creator, right? So for me, that's probably the pledge. So for now, this is the last Duolingo Chinese stream. And for me, in the background, I will still go back. So for all intents and purposes, I might make a mention when I'm doing Duolingo Japanese. I might mention Duolingo Dual Chinese when I'm doing Duolingo Japanese sessions, because I am going to go back on my free time to practice and finish all the rest. So I'm going to legend all of the Duolingo Chinese things. I'm going to fill in the gold bars for those who know what I mean. The gold boxes. All of them for the Hanzi that I left behind. And whenever I have a chance to do a daily refresh, I will probably do it. And the way I'm going to do it for me personally is it's going to, every time I go walking. So if I pace around, I need to stretch my legs. Or get into a mood to sleep and whatnot, I'll probably do a Duolingo Chinese session. Because it's all review. It should be all review, right? So this should be low effort. Much like when I watch anime and all that. So that's what I'm going to do. Meanwhile, Japanese is still going to be actively streamed, so I don't have to negotiate any of that. So that's what I'm going to do for Duolingo Chinese course. At some point, maybe on a regular Japanese stream, Duolingo Japanese stream, I'm going to say, hey guys, I wanted to share you with something. Today is the day I legend the entire Duolingo Chinese course, and on the phone, I did all the speed challenges. And there you have it. And if another update comes up, I'll naturally mention it already, and I will look forward to whatever update they have. If I'm fluent in Chinese by the time, quote unquote, if I'm really, really way past HSK 3 or something by the time, which will naturally happen in this case, I'm still gonna go back and update this. I really, really do not resonate, nor do I find it constructive when someone tells me, oh, they didn't do this because they already know the stuff. I can't relate to that. So foundations, updating, diligence, those are my mantra. So if you think you're beyond personalized practice or beyond updating and keeping yourself strong on your foundations, or you're too good for something, that's perfectly fine. All the power to you. Use your time as you see fit, right, in achieving your goals. My goals tend to be very different, so I'm less likely to empathize with the idea that someone is too good to update their own information and their own impressions of their foundations. So even if I'm like HSK 6 by the time they update Duolingo, I'll probably still do it. Okay, in case anyone wants to wonder how committed I am to these type of things. It's actually part of it. Gives me great satisfaction and solace that I know that other people's products continue to develop for the next generation. So whether it's sucking people away from TikTok to get addicted to a green owl, which lots of people snidingly use as a derogatory term nowadays in language learning. Yes, Duolingo is used as a derogatory term and an emblem of their like condescension most of the time in other forums. You might be thinking, I do have glowing and soft, humble and wholesome impressions of other language learning communities. However, that does not compensate for the occasional bad actor that uses cheap shots and low-hanging fruit analogies to make them sound like they understand more than other people. Like, especially the phrase, if you're serious about language learning, like this serious word, like, honestly, cut me some slack. If you can qualify what serious is, I'll give you a serious response to your to how inappropriate your comment is, in my opinion. So, anyways, with that little jab aside, what are we doing with Chinese, right? Let's see, 420? Almost 420? So Chinese is going to move soon. But right now, Chinese streams are Hanzahiro dominant, right? Hanzahiro is a must. It's a priority and a project of 2025, right? Along with Wanikani, because these two are priority now. These are the 2025 front projects. So they are not negotiable with the occasional exception. So when it comes to Chinese, it's going to take a back burner right now because there are more 2025 projects on the horizon. So immediately right now, right after this time slot will be occupied by not Duolingo Japanese yet, not Duolingo Japanese, nor Duolingo in general. This is occupying by my occasional project, and it's going to be Like a Dragon 8. We are going to play the MSQ, the main story quest, focus, Chinese dub, not Chinese sub or UI, Chinese dub of Like a Dragon's main story quest. And I'm going to juxtapose it to the English because I have already completed nearly all the tasks last year around this nearly the same exact time last year. When this game was released, I played the English, the game in English, and pretty much completed everything with one or two exceptions. And I need to play the game 2 more times to complete the game. So it was deliberate. I stopped then and I was like thinking, whoa, it's in Chinese, it's in Japanese. maybe this is the time I can learn those two languages at least a little bit before the next game comes out, right? So the next game, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza is coming out on technically February 20th, according to Steam, but I'm probably gonna play it on the 21st because it's probably like a weird time in the day, late at night. So it's coming out on the 21st. 220 is probably because maybe time zones and EU is a little earlier, so they normalize it 20. The official date is actually February 21st. So we're gonna play the Chinese dub. Then we're gonna play one more time the Japanese dub. Right? I need 2 more playthroughs in order to get the last 2 achievements. Or 2 of the achievements that I need to wrap up for the game. So then it refreshes me on what the Chinese, it introduces me. This is the first time actually. It introduces me to what the cast of the Chinese group sound like. And I'm hoping, like most Like a Dragon games, they tend to keep the investment rolling forward. So I'm not sure if that's true about the Chinese cast, because in the English cast, it was difficult to constantly have the same voice actor. The way they negotiate, but the Japanese cast is always consistent. And in the Japanese cast, now I will be able to pick up idiosyncrasies and stuff even better. Hopefully, even better. The Japanese cast has been the same cast for like 20 years. I think it might be close to 20 years now, with a few exceptions, right? The characters that don't come back, or characters that have died in the course of the game, right? So 20 years, right? So this has been a very long time. And English cast, of course, the English cast. So we're going to get an introduction, a reintroduction of another cast, and then it's going to review the MSQ, right? The main story quest. Now, is this enough for a spin-off title? I don't know. I don't know if any of this is actually related to Pirate Yakuza, but it would be interesting. What Pirate Yakuza is probably going to be more interesting in terms of the language side of things is probably the Japanese crew. However, I'm curious if they have recurring Chinese crew in this game, because once I'm done with this, I would have maybe a week left. I would say I have like a week or 4 days left. Then we hop into the English version of this. And I'm currently deciding that I'm going to push this into the next game. So that might be in 2026. But the nice thing is I'm getting to get my feet wet with Chinese and Japanese. And then I am devoting the end of February. So this is February's stuff. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's probably going to take a little bit into March. Right? And that's not when I'm going to start up the Chinese thing. I'm going to then start back up the Japanese Duolingo. Like it's probably going to be on a every other schedule, every other day schedule, following Wanikani and Hanzahiro. So after Wanikani, so every other day, we're going to have a dual Japanese course. I don't know how I'm going to modify that time. And we're starting dual Spanish. Spanish is my most learned language. And Spanish, for all intents and purposes, in my mind, is related to English. And after learning some Japanese, it's actually related to Japanese too. In different ways, which I will probably focus on in the future. how it's related to Japanese. Now, in terms of Chinese, not so much. So, but it's still layering on two things, and it is Duolingo, and this is the flagship. So it could be Duolingo Spanish, and try to normalize it before I reintroduce Duolingo Japanese back into the schedule. To like, I need to figure out how long things are going to take, right? And we have to modify it as we go, because the early Spanish days are going to be probably pretty quick. So I can like liberate more time, right? Other than that, at the end, Spanish is 2025's project, Spanish Duolingo. And at the end of 2025, I will probably be doing a dual max month. And using the dual max month to test out Duolingo Spanish functionality. Meanwhile, before we get to that end, after normalizing Duolingo Spanish and Duolingo Japanese, we will be using ChatGPT and doing prompt experimentations with Chinese. So with Mandarin, I'm going to be using whatever is available. I'm going to have to shop around, right? Like whatever is more convenient to my layout. And we're going to do prompt developments and a routine. We're going to develop a routine for LLM. That is my 2025 project for Chinese. Japanese is still ongoing, so there's no vigorous way to iterate on it yet. So Japanese is going to continue with Duolingo Japanese and Wanikani. Wanikani was the main 2025 project, and Hanze Hero is the companion to the 2025 Wanikani project. This is going to be the project for Chinese LLMs, and LLMs is going to interact with Duolingo Spanish's 2025 project, and it will end with looking at and contrasting Duolingo's LLM model with what I can achieve with something else, with some other model that has a lower entry point, like a lower cost entry point, right? So all of this is set already in motion in 2025, and most of it is planned, scheduled already, along with other things along the way, right? And with all of this, there will be the occasional indie game. That indie games are likely going to be sporadically being played in Chinese, Japanese, or English, or they can be played in English and then turn to Japanese and Chinese, largely due to most indie games tend to be like deck builder varieties, roguelike varieties, and with that, there's an opportunity to create an Anki integrated deck creation. So I might think about, in order for me to consistently play or be able to play indie games like deck builders and whatnot, I may start to do farming for genre specific vocabulary, like keywords and stuff. And that might lead me into a extra project dealing with Anki, as in using Anki's functionality to create a deck that is genre specific. So then, even if I don't have complete comprehension in Chinese, Japanese, or English for like the regular sentence construction, you can get away with genre specific terms. Attack, damage, draw, mulligan, poison, counters. Largely, if you play a deck builder to a point, for me anyways, you actually don't even read the in-between words very often. So this allows me to start working on specialized vocabulary. Largely because in English and the way games are made visually, I can still play games without understanding anything in Japanese or Chinese. I did that when I was like 14 years old with Final Fantasy. So the thing about understanding game design and whatnot gives me a leverage to learn Chinese and Japanese in context without actually even needing to know the Japanese or Chinese around it. But now I do. Now I can use that context to learn Chinese and Japanese actively without needing to go and ask what the exact grammar is and what exact this thing is and what exact that thing is. And then I can demonstrate something else, like a different type of learning. This would be a different type of learning method, right, that I can demonstrate. So that's what we're doing. This channel, my vision is to engage in different learning strategies for a long period of time, right? LLMs. Why did I choose LLMs? It's the future. It's one of the things that people are interested in and integrating. So I want to be topical with my teaching and advice, or any education that if I were to do this professionally, I would need to know how to leverage these things through my own experience. To be at the edge of learning and being topical and empathy, one has to also acquire and analyze those things. So LLMs are a 2025 project. Spanish is a 2025 project because Spanish is number 2. English is number 1. Regardless if you like it or not, like saying it's better or worse language, I understand. People have their favorite languages. However, I'm a person who likes learning, and learning involves having people you want to teach, and also like things to remain relevant in space, like learning curves and technology and whatnot. It also means relevant languages as well. So all these languages are relevant to my life. They coincidentally are also trending. Japanese and Chinese are coincidentally trending. At the moment, though, English and Spanish are arguably the most widespread in terms of diversity of speakers. So we're not talking about dialects and whatnot. Like you could argue like, oh, China has 100 dialects, that makes them the most diverse because all those dialects are different. I mean, but they're not holistically used across different groups. English is, and so is Spanish. So it's not playing, I don't want to necessarily think like it's playing favorites. It offers a lot of resources. You know, you encounter resources, relatability. That type of thing is very important to me. If you love this particular language and it's your jam, excellent. Tell me about why that language is really interesting to you. And I can learn vicariously through that. However, I personally do not want to limit my scope of empathy. Empathy comes first. You can be really cool to show that you've learned the hardest language you've ever learned, and I'm more interested in learning a language in which many people are interested in or haven't been interested in. So yeah, Chinese used to be like lots of people speak Chinese, but not lots of different people speak Chinese. But I have Chinese parents, so it's one of those things that there's a personal stake in it. Japanese is trending, but it was part of my life, right? Japanese is trending. So Japanese is actually the oddball. It's the most risky one. I actually thought about doing it in reverse and starting with Spanish, because Spanish is the most immediate applicable to being an American, right? So these are the things. And I hopefully, whatever I say today, hopefully at the end of 2020, at the end of 2025 and going into 2026, which means I have less than 2 years. It wouldn't even be 2 years by the time 2025 ends, that I would have a collective knowledge of at least something that's topical to be talked about in 3 languages that I like to think are trending on top of English, right? And then have a whole host of other people who may or may not be interested in these languages, but I will at least have some language learning experience with technologies that, whether they're good or bad, they have exposure. Duolingo has immense exposure. So you could be angry, which that happens a lot, be angry in the corner and saying, I want to destroy something before something else could be in its place. I want to destroy Duolingo so that people don't make a mistake in order to boost my position in a different app. Personally, that is certainly your prerogative. I like to think if Duolingo has an incredibly large exposure, use Duolingo as a building block to everything else. A Duolingo win is also a Duolingo win for that language, in which that language may have new users because they were ripped away from TikTok or ripped away from social media, doom scrolling. And that, in my opinion, is the vision, right? If LLM is constantly on the up usage, then I'm leverage it, right? I leverage it. You build from what things do best, interpret, refine, and give dynamic flexibility to things that might not work, right? So if Duolingo can get you to start a language, I start with Duolingo. And then I understand what is motivating that, and then what is the next step? Well, LLMs are incredibly part of people's lifestyle now, right? If you go around saying only serious language learners don't use these things, then how archaic are you? Like, you're making the comment oftentimes, like a criticism would be, oh, Duolingo use archaic learning methods. It's like, okay, is it archaic for you to constantly say the same thing without knowing the latest things that are happening? Well, that's like the pot calling the kettle black. In fact, it's not even that, because Duolingo is not calling you archaic, right? So it's easy, in my opinion, oftentimes it's really easy to kick something down when it's already down by other people and it doesn't fight back, right? It doesn't criticize your opinions or criticize you for being out of date. I actually think one of the it still resonates with me today that I recently watched a professional site that says they are professionals and they've tested lots of language apps to have egregious outdated reviews, and they cited themselves and their outdated reviews as a form and act of reliable professional writing. That is like kicking something down and only reflecting poorly on yourself, at least in my opinion. So that's why I wanted to highlight about the updating what I say here. All of this stuff is an updated permutation, right? The way I'm reviewing Duolingo now is a work in progress. How I review games, where did all of this come from, right? So I'm basically ending my segment now. All of this, like this type of design, then it kind of gets unhinged, you know, talking about sets, all this stuff started with video games. My training, the way I'm breaking things down, the way I talk to people, It started with video games. So and I want to try my best to not sacrifice my professional integrity as a my professional integrity that I once had, because I'm no longer a professional, right? But you can't take the professionalism out of me. Like, as much as I want to be as safe as possible when I talk to people, I don't offer professional advice. I'm no longer working professionally, nor am I certified in doing any of this. However, I was once a professional. At least I like to say I was once a professional. I had obligations, standards to meet, and whatnot. Don't want to sacrifice that, right? Just because I'm no longer a professional doesn't necessarily mean you can take the professional out of the person. For all intents and purposes, I like to continue to self-improve myself, like proactively constantly do better every day. And this has been an evolution of me playing video games. I did spend over 5 years trying to record, stream, and turn playing video games into a learning experience about culture, video game design, logic, and how one can have a healthy relationship or sustainable habit with video games, largely due to the nature that video games attract young people, right? And that didn't go so hot, actually. Honestly, it's definitely a work in progress. However, I can kind of see this turning into something else, right? This turning into something else. So, there's no record of all those things, but I can tell you now, it's been over 6 years since I started streaming, and almost nearly 80 to 90% of the year I have been streaming. So, like, I've streamed nearly almost all the vast majority of the last 6+ years. But people won't see that because I only started posting when I thought I was ready. I spent 5 years curating certain things and certain behavior and rejecting a lot of things, right? I think Timmy yesterday and someone else, Stay Blue. I spent a lot of time digressing for like 5 hours straight or something about all the things that I personally disagree with. And that is like the pushback. I want to push back on algorithm-based confirmation bias. Those things, like a consequence of hyper efficiency, right? Is this efficient? No, 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 no. This is not efficient. What you see on screen is not efficient. Is it rewarding, sustainable, breathes life to me, and also tax me and challenge me in ways that I didn't really think I was going to be challenged? Yes. Are those valuable skills? Most people say they're probably not valuable skills. Like, for example, writing this stuff is ultimately not pragmatic, not valuable. I know other people who would say, the minority would say, yeah, this is very valuable. It helps you remember things. It's like, yeah, me too. However, what you like doesn't necessarily change reality, right? So there are things that I admit that even in the 5 or 6 years, and I don't think it's going to change in the next 3+ years. Maybe it'll change a little. That's long form comment and long form format, like true long form format. Learning is the learning, and experience sharing in a constructive way is the front runner. That's probably not going to happen anytime soon. However, for those who do, I think it's an alternative source that is absent now in the present day in the internet world. You no longer see people troubleshooting, embracing things tangibly in the majority of things. there are people who actually do that. The content creators, like, there's a growing interest in, oh, it's awesome to see the B-roll, and it's great to see that you're keeping in the human aspect. Oh, it's kind of cool that your goof is so funny. That kind of thing does happen to a lot of like bigger influencer and whatnot, but it pales in comparison to being inundated. Like, it's practically buried by repost, automation, hot takes, tier list, reposting of those reposts and tier lists, right? That appearance, you actually have to look for it. So if no one is actually trying to look for it anymore, then those individuals, even if they're doing all this stuff, they don't get the exposure. So naturally, it also encourages them to try to do that first before getting exposure for the other things, right? And it's kind of a vicious cycle. So maybe, but I don't expect myself to change up my approach when it comes to this type of format. It's gonna get longer winded. Like, I'm gonna double down. If there's anything I'm gonna do, this stuff is gonna become even more elaborate, right? I think it's a silver lining. It's a great silver lining in terms of exchange. If you're here and you find this stuff interesting, then you are less likely to going to have a varied experience somewhere else. Largely due to the nature that if you're still here, that almost certainly opened a gate that is far heavier than me showing you something silly for 5 seconds. And you're like, have a like, have a subscription. 10 seconds. If I made you laugh, isn't that worth a subscription? No, not to me. Out, not to make a comment on other people's way of doing their living or something. If you are subscribed or something like that, or if you say you like something that I do, sit down, tell me something that I like about you. I want to know about you. So in the future, maybe this will change, but for now, I'm here to change the idea, or at least trying to change the idea, that one person's word, one person's experience is sufficient to at least engage one other person, or maybe 2, maybe 10. It is definitely not feasible to have this thing scale up to thousands of people. But what I could imagine, and I've already talked about this before, what I could imagine is creating, right? Creating this idealistic world, or this collective. I have a few influencers that do have achieved this on a scale, albeit a little bit messy because they've scaled up so far, but a collective where if I can influence one person, right? But this one person is independent, right? They're not dependent. So they can go out and establish their node, right? Take this, go out and establish. And at some point, these nodes will overlap with my node. And what happens in the end is you get a bunch of nodes where it's not one person to thousands of people. I like to believe there's like one person to, yeah, maybe like 10, right? So that's kind of the invest forward kind of thing. So the harder I try on this investment, I'm looking for one person, just one person. So if you're already in my gate and you're still here, that's impressive. And you get all my dollars. You get all my happy dollars, right? You get all my happy dollars. And do whatever you want with it. I don't expect you to follow anything I do. I just want to share the happy dollars and do whatever suits you best. The idea is that that one person could create a bubble of their own, and that's still one less. That's still one less than the mass of people who feel like they're underappreciated most of the time. Largely due to not necessarily malicious or direct, but the enormity of the internet is ironically, or actually not the word I'm looking for, paradoxically, both simultaneously liberating, and at the same time oppressive. Almost to the point of suffocation. So perhaps thinking of it like this can give some perspective on maybe alleviating some of the oppressive nature and suffocation nature of the internet, right? Here's what I mean. If it's a bad thing, it's suffocating. If you're in a bad state, it's suffocating. Most of the activity you're going to do on the internet will remind you that you're suffocating or you're in the badness, right? You look up, do I have cancer? Then you're going to spend the next couple cycles of your life fearing the worst. If you're in a good state, it's euphoric. Euphoric and liberating. Until it becomes a problem again. Then you're back to the bad state and suffocating. And without... This is a low-hanging fruit. Doom scrolling is a great characteristic behavior right now in this cycle. Most of the things you think that are good, sustainable, brings about euphoric reward. It feels liberating at first, progressively becomes a problem that's not sustainable, enter a bad state, and now you're suffocated. You're suffocated into a dependency role that what I would believe any one person like myself, maybe someone else, can convince this person to leave the circle or like investigate and create your own circles, right? That's kind of a very romantic way to look at it. But I just wanted to end on a more like brighter, optimistic, hopeful point. And with that, here's to 2025, right? Here's to 2025 and the conclusion for now, the tentative conclusion to Duolingo Chinese streams. This is currently the longest project I have in terms of per video. So this is what, the 204th video that probably ranks around like a 3 to 4 hour ratio. It's probably the longest, hands down. The next one is, in terms of chronology, I've been doing like Neverwinter for like 6+ years. So the chronology in it is probably not the longest, but this is the longest number of hours. Concluding project. The Japanese is longer, but the project has not concluded yet. So it was a fun time. It was wonderful. Like a Dragon, they're separate games, but the entire legacy is probably the second largest, and it will continue to grow, right? Because we're going to play Like a Dragon 8. We're going to play Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. I still haven't even bought Like a Dragon Ishin. I think it's Ishin. So that might be in the future. So yeah, It was a lot of fun. I can say there are ups and downs in Duolingo Chinese, but it was fantastic. And I skipped over a topic about the difference between Japanese language learners and Chinese language learner interaction overall. Let's just say it's a lot more low key. It could be due to the time slot as well, but far more casual. There, you still had the semblance, but it might be lower sample size, right? I don't encounter people every day, especially people that I can have the opportunity or privilege to profile, because that's what I'm relying on to deduce a little bit, prod them a little to encourage them to talk about themselves. It's kind of sometimes like pulling teeth, but it's understandable in the scape of the internet, right? I think my most, if I had to flex a weird flex, my most identifiable quality is that I double down on trying to get people to care about their own life and care about being aware of what they do. If you're learning a language, I encourage you to understand why you're learning a language, how you're learning it, and what's happening while you're learning it, right? It might not, even if you don't follow through on the language or it falls out, that type of experience and skill is invaluable to the next skill you decide to do, the next problem you want to try to solve. So hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity in my motivations. I'm trying not to nag too much, but when you say you're having a good day, I'm going to ask you, what have you done today? If you say, oh, you know, the usual, it's like, what is your usual look like? Right? You got to get in the habit. I wouldn't speak. I'm not this talkative when I was younger. I actually said very little. In fact, I can go through a whole day by uttering 3 words when I was younger. No, I'm not extroverted. I really do genuinely get exhausted every single time when I have to converse or publicly speak. That if this is what introversion can and may look like in a social platform, I'm sure can be very hopeful for anyone who believes they're introverted, right? So with that said, I'll see you all tomorrow. Figuratively, right? If you're gonna watch this later, right? This is our final concluding. So I'll see you around and maybe somewhere else. If you're only interested in Duolingo Chinese, that would be a little shocking. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? And yeah, 再见 for now, right? Until next time, whatever we may see each other. So stay safe, stay healthy, and good luck with everything. Take care. Bye.